What's up, y'all? So it has been a while since I have streamed about this build. Um, so after the last stream, I started working on electronics. Just kind of prepping for next stream, and I just like noticed that I had I actually had a lot of stuff. Let's see. There you go. So yeah, I noticed I actually had a lot of stuff to do to make it all fit how I wanted to. Went through and did custom mounts for the spider, for the power supply. Let's see. Oop. Yeah, so this is where it sits now. So yeah, this is where the build sits now. A lot different than what it was before. Sorry. So yeah, in that process of getting all the electronics sorted out, they announced the Stealthburner, and so I pretty much put it on hold to finish up doing the electronics. And basically wait for Stealthburner to come out to really kind of proceed any further on it. So yeah, Stealthburner went into beta as of yesterday, day before yesterday, I can't remember. It's been a blur since the files. Thanks, man. It's been a blur since the files came out, trying to get everything printed for the Stealthburner update, as well as I'm also doing Clockwork 2. I did go ahead and update to MGN 12 weeks ago, and then did the pins mod after that. So I've reprinted the XY joints multiple times. So yeah, so where I'm at with the build now, it is basically good to go, short of having the Stealthburner, which here it is. And it's purple glory. I had some lifting on this layer, on the bottom layer on this piece right here for the duct. I'm reprinting it currently, but this will still work for the sake of getting it assembled today and up and running, and then I'll just replace the duct probably tomorrow. So yeah, here is the Stealthburner. I did go ahead and already do the fans. Here's kind of how the, so I can get it not, yeah, here's how kind of everything looks if I get it focus. Yeah, I love the purple on this. Purple is so sick. I did have the green. Let's see, oh, it's right here. So I was using the British Racing Green by Paramount, but I had all the downtime waiting for the Stealthburner files to come out, so I just went ahead and did the purple, switch everything to purple. Let's get back in from here. I need a camera for this better. Yeah, that works for me. I did go through and do the Z rigiding. The more rigid Z mounts. It basically attaches this piece right, like the motor mount, to the Z-axis Z drive assembly, make it more rigid. I did do this is the Waveshare 4.3-inch touchscreen. It's super straightforward. I did go through and do the G5C, or actually I used the as the EG-TM05, basically the ceramic version of the G5C. Normally you shouldn't do these things before your printer is serialed and up and running. but I'm pretty comfortable around printers, especially mechanical stuff. So I went through and just went ahead and did it while I was waiting on Stealthburner to come out. I did go through and do the Rama's tensioners. When I did the pins mod. I did Nevermore, so the Nevermore is installed. And then I did the decontaminator brush and the purge bucket. Have all the skirts on. Basically, all that's left is the Stealthburner and then putting the panels on. And I've started printing panel clips. It just take a long time to print those, so I think I probably have enough to do like 4 on each panel, top, back, and sides. I still need to print the hinges for the front. So yeah, let's get into this. Actually, yeah, let's switch to overhead. All right. So like I said, I did go through and do some pre-assembly. See if we can get, yeah, here we go, better focus. I did use Steve's wire links, which are shorter than what they're recommending now, but I was still able to get everything in there comfortably without worrying about pulling any of my solders too much. But yeah, everything fit. Even the, I know a lot of people on the beta, you can't see it because it's behind the fan, but we're getting the diffuser and LED carriage. We're having fitment issues, but I didn't have any issues. I used the I used PETG transparent for the LED carrier, and then used ABS for this. I can't remember. I think I have to see what brand purple this is. So the 5C bearing allows a bit more flexibility on the gantry. I can't really find anything on that one. So yeah, if you look up GE5C Voron mod, basically what that does is it replaces the give me 1 second, let me find the old ones and kind of explain, you know, the purpose of that upgrade. Yeah, here we go. All right, so the stock Voron build uses 2 ABS parts basically to simulate what that's doing. So it's got, it kind of like, you see how it's got like the rounded edge. And it's kind of like a, basically like a kind of shallow ball joint. And so like it has some movability in there, but you still have like ABS plastic rubbing on ABS plastic. And that also depends on how tight you tighten it down. Too tight, you don't really have the, like the flexibility, the movability, yeah, the flexibility on the gantry that you really should have with the quad gantry leveling, the, you know, the 4Z drives. So the GE5C mod are the ceramic equivalent. Basically does allow a more like mechanically sound version of it. These aren't necessarily bad, plenty of people use them, but I'm just, you know, I had time to kill, and it was pretty much inevitable for me to do that mod. But I haven't tested it yet. I mean, I've tested it, but I haven't printed with it yet, so I can't see if there's any improvement. But I think it's worth the, I think it's worth doing just so it's more mechanically sound and less margin for error in the assembly, or in the operation. Like I said, if you tighten them too much, it won't be able to move as well. So I did actually go through and do some tests on this. I do have Clipper installed. I have main cell and fluid installed. I think main cell is the current touchscreen OS right now. I'll use both over IP. All of my end stops work. My Nevermore works. All of my fans work. Basically, I've tested some. I tested Z movement. I have not tested XY movement because I've been waiting on the new carriage. Here's one half of it. Yeah, okay. So I am using a modified version of Blue Dragon X's MGN12 Clicky carriage. Since I just kind of like the whole like seamless idea, and this mod opens up here more whenever you're using the traditional Clicky mount. It it kind of blocks this area out, so it kind of blocks some of the airflow that could be going through. Which is kind of why I prefer this one. So yeah, I took Blue Dragon X's original piece, basically here, down, kept it, and then used the I overlaid the STLs for the new Clockwork 2 carriage up here, and basically recreated all the features it had. I've been doing CAD for 8, 9, 10 years maybe now. So this is fairly straightforward change. Basically, the changes that they've made is they did bring this channel up compared to Blue Dragon X's original file. Bring this channel up. Show it. Yeah. Brought this channel up a little bit to make room for this new heat set. The old carriage has the heat sets in the back right here. That hole's now gone, and now the new heat sets are right here in this hole. And I think that was really the only changes. It's basically just where the Clockwork 2 mounts, which is why the Clockwork 2 requires a different carriage. The MGN12 mod is a great mod. Recommend it. That is going to be the direction that they're moving to with the 2.4. They already use it on the Trident, which has more or less the same gantry. It's just the gantry is fixed on the Trident. Which might be my next build. I actually have a lot, since I've basically replaced everything in this. Maybe my next build, I have a lot of leftover parts, so we'll see. So yeah, I'm going to start with, let's go through the manual real quick. Man, that thing looks good. Once again, this is beta. This is a beta manual. So keep that in mind if there's any issues. In the beta channel on the Discord channel, people are already providing valuable feedback to the Voron team. I have not released the carriage yet, due to the Voron team asking us to not release any mods for Afterburner stuff yet until the beta is over, basically. They just don't want to introduce any complexities and unnecessary complexities. But my system is already configured for this Clicky, so that's why I went through and did this. If anyone does want the files, feel free to message me on Discord, and I will get you the files for the Clicky carriage. So first up, I'm going to go through and do heat sets. So I'm basically going to scroll through the manual real quick and see where all I need heat sets. So yeah, here's some right here. I'm not using this, so yeah, I can kind of see how the current sensor, this is not the Clicky, but how it blocks that hole in the back. That's one thing I like about this Clicky carriage. Alright, so this Clockwork 2 pieces need some heat sets. Looks like about everything does. No, I'm gonna miss something. Put it on live chat. There you go. I just need to see if the ducts also, yeah, the ducts also have heat sensors. All right, so I'm just gonna start. The first one's on the carriage, do overhead. But yeah, I'm super stoked to get this thing up and running. It's been a long time in the works. But between the Stealthburner mod, or I mean, new Stealthburner, Hotend, oh, that's too hot. And getting the purple parts on here. Obviously, I like purple. Between all of that, I'm super stoked for where the printer has progressed, evolved into. So yeah. Thought about doing the heat set inserts beforehand. I kind of wish I would have, but it's all right. No, this isn't terribly exciting. Yeah, Steven, are you doing a build right now? Are you getting ready for one? Or you already have a Voron built? Oops, sorry about that. Alright, so I'm not using that piece. Formbot Kit parts, nice. Did you order the did you order like a complete kit, or did you order where it's just like broken down into like movement kit, frame kit, screw kit, I mean I guess fastener kit? I kinda like how they've been doing those little sub kits, but as yet. Running out of videos on what? If you're not on the Discord yet, definitely join the Discord. There's a lot of really helpful information on there. Any question you could ever have with the Voron stuff, like definitely people on there have answers for you. I have plastics for the 2.4, but it's a toss on that or the 0.1. I'm thinking individual kits, motion, etc., but still hanging on. But you go 2.4 first or the 0.1. The 2.4 is definitely a beast. It's probably their most complex build out of all the Voron printers. And it's dated. I think the latest update for the V2 came out, I think it's been 2 years now. It wouldn't be a bad thing to do probably the 0.1 first. I know there's some new kits coming out. I think LDO is doing a full 0.1 kit. As well as a few other vendors on the Discord channel doing 0.1 builds. Definitely a solid printer. It is small compared to the 2.4. But if you're looking for build volume, the Trident is also a good choice. If I had done more research, I probably would have done a Trident. Make sure I'm putting all these in the right places. Don't want to screw that up. Yeah. Yeah, probably gonna try it. I think who else is doing 0.1 kits? I think it's like Fabreeko or DFH. One of the other big Voron vendor guys. They've all been super helpful in this process. Gotta say, probably Fabreeko and then Hector from Fabreeko and then Daniel from West3D. Both fantastic guys and super helpful. The guy I was talking to on Reddit, and now on Discord, he had some issues with the roll-ins that he got not fitting the Masumi frames. And Daniel from West3D is actually overnighted him a frame. So he could get his build moving. But there should be an update for the 2.4, or I guess the V2. I would guess in the next maybe 6 months. They've said it's coming. And then like the Stealthburner and the MGN12 are both part of it. So yeah, I'd probably do 0.1 and wait for the 2.5 or whatever they're gonna call it. They're switching the names for everything. My money's on it getting called Orion because it's got the belts on it. Initial motivation was build volume. Oh yeah, I knew LDO was doing kits. Is it the 2.4? I think I saw Steve do a live stream with the kit the other night. Definitely, like, supposedly everything coming out LDO has been great. But I use a Formbot kit for my 2.4, and more or less everything was fine. I just am picky, so I replaced a lot of stuff as a precautionary thing. But now there's some good high-end kits coming out, but honestly the Formbot one is actually looking pretty good. They actually include moonsteppers. The changes since I bought it, they were doing moonsteppers, stainless steel hardware. I think they include some kind of wiring harness, which is a massive pain in the ass. I have a background in electrical, and I still bought a harness. Well worth the money. But yeah, now build volume was also my incentive. I burn myself on live stream. But yeah, no, I've heard a lot about the rat rigs too. It was part of my when I was doing my research. It was one that came up for me as well. I just had joined the Voron community, joined the Discord, and really kind of like creeped for a good little bit. And just I don't know, liked the support, liked everything about the Voron program and group of people in general, which is my deciding factor. Yeah, I'm not sure what the other changes would be. The MGN12 was obviously the main thing. No. Sorry. But Yeah, but yeah, I don't know what else they're gonna do. You already have a curve. Yeah, do my best to try and stay out of the curve. Speaking of different feet, I did try put different feet on. I had, yeah, I went through and put these feet on. And they're okay. They're a little harder durometer than I would like for the printer. So I actually switched back to the compressor feet, but I went through and made custom ones to like narrow it in so it would fit in the toolbox. I'll show it here in a little bit. All right, so I think that's all the heat sets. Oh, no, I lied. I think they might change the idlers in the new V2 update. I know people have issues with the belt routing. Yeah, that's basically what it is. I went through and curved it out. I think I might have a failed print. I don't. Yeah, I basically did go through and make a curve so they could like go out towards the inside of the printer. The only issue with that is it does hit the side skirts, and it does hit the very bottom cover for the electronics compartment. So I may not run a cover on mine, or may just modify that cover. The side skirts still fit. It just makes it a tighter fit, but they actually have a lot of like tolerance in them for fitment, so it's okay. Now someone has done a can't remember what it's called. Squash? Yeah, I think it's squash, like little black balls. Someone actually has made a squash foot version of the feet, or maybe that's for Trident. I can't remember. So there are other feet options. I just went with the narrow so it fit in this toolbox. May not be a real good choice, thinking that the vibrations, it may not be stable enough, or the vibrations may ring through the toolbox. So we'll see. Yeah, the bolt moved on the gantry, so the bolt is more centered on the belt. Tensioning some minor mounts. The lower belts are cleared. Mounts. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, the belt routing definitely sucks on these. I had to do it last night because I finally went through and reinstalled the belt now that I have the new carriage printed out. All right, so that is the heat sets. That's the boring part. Steve was saying just look at the Trident all the time. Yeah, the Trident's really nice. And I've seen people saying that have built both of them saying the Trident's a much simpler build. And I believe it. I kind of wish I would have gone that route, but I think part of it is me just fell to the trap of like thinking V2 is new like everyone does when they first see the Voron project, which is why they're naming everything. I think I just got stuck on the V2 early on, even after learning their naming structure. I was kind of hooked on it. So let's check out what we're gonna do next. So I've already done that. All right. So we need the M3 by 30s and the M3 hex nuts. Yeah, no, I think Trident might be my next build. Doing the Voron build has been a lot of fun. It's taken me months because I've had to modify like everything to make it how I want it, but worth it. Oh, I do need to install my magnets. I'm just sitting here for a second earlier. Oh, here it is. All right. So for that, need all right. So what I'm doing is routing the wires for the MGN12, or for the chassis, MGN12 chassis, or carriage, sorry, for the Clicky mod. So basically the wire just kind of like tucks into here and the magnet squishes it down. And I'm going to take a file to this real quick because it did crack a little bit when I put a test fit the magnet. Shit. Alright, one sec. Alright, there we go. Oops. Alright. So despite the fact that it cracked a little bit earlier, it did fit well. I'm gonna glue it anyways, so. All right. Here we go. Then I'm going to test with continuity, just real quick. All right. So it is snug, which is good. Perfect. All right, I want to make sure my magnet orientation is good. It is good. Cool. So yeah, this is all good now. Or at least half of it is. Let's get the other half done. Yeah, it should be plenty long enough. Alright, so this one's even thinner up here compared to the other one because of where it joins together. So I'm gonna take a little bit more time. Actually, let me hit this with the camera real quick. Okay. Hmm. You know, I had the perfect size One for these. I have somehow lost it. Oh, yeah, here it is. Okay. Mute this while I do this. All right, there we go. Let's see. Oh, just a little bit more. All right, so that fit. I'm a little too good. I'm not sure if I'll be able to get this out now. Cool. So yeah, got it out. Kind of tentative these wires, but yeah, this one also cracked. So I may adjust this mount, but yeah, I think it's good for now. I'm gonna put dabs of blue on the crack. And then squeeze it a little bit to work it in. Cool. Yeah, where it cracked shouldn't affect us at all. So, yep, you see Clicky. Works good. No gap. Everything's flush. So it should be good to go. So your alteration opened up for airflow and allowed the clicky mount directly onto the carriage. Yeah, exactly. The current clicky mount basically mounts the same spot the inductive probe does, which it works fine. I think more people use that than this. But I just like how this is like all seamless. And so this part just stays there. Don't have to worry about the mount wearing out. One thing that sucks is, these magnets do lose their strength over time. So, when I replace them, especially since I use glue, I'll probably have to replace this whole carriage. But, I think both pieces are like I don't know, 6-hour print total. On my slow ender 3, it'll probably be like a 1-hour print on the Voron. So not a huge deal if I have to replace this whole carriage. But yeah, so you can see how this entire back is open. Normally this has like a solid bracket that the clicky mount mounts to. And so it covers these holes up, and so you don't get the same cross flow all the way through when you have this bottom part covered up. So which is, it's only for the Hotend fan. It's not for the part cooling fan, so not a huge deal. But I know a lot of people have heat creep issues when doing PLA. PLA is one of the filaments I do use kind of regularly. I can always throw it on the ender, but with how fast the Voron is hopefully going to print, I like the Voron to be able to do PLA as well. But that's the time I really worry about heat creep. Very smooth. You don't have to dummy probe in the void. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, here we go. All sewn together. So that's this one. I've already done those heat sets. So the M3x12. Shit. Hang on. So, all right, I got more M3x12s. Yeah, we should be good. All right, so done the heat sets, and so now I need to put the M3x12s in. So we need like a 2mm gap. Oops. It's just for this to index, so. Cool. But yeah, so far the Stealthburner, all the files, I mean, at least, you know, this piece that I put together has gone together quite well. They put a lot of work into it, and it really shows. Got a lot of respect for all the Voron guys, especially I know like, oh, I can't remember their names now, so I won't try, but got a lot of respect. Their passion really shows in their work. Bill form dropping it, you know, I think it was, oh, was it yesterday? Whatever day it was. It was the day before yesterday, sorry. I feel form dropping it on for Christmas, so the Discord channel was nuts. Cool. Not sure why it's zoomed in so much. So yeah, I don't have to do this. Cool, next one is Clockwork. I'm actually really excited for this. Already done the heat set inserts. Can't find my Clockwork one. You know, I'm not sure I did my Clockwork one. I have everything except for that. Alright, so I did get the 36 STH20 or whatever the yeah, the LDO pancakes type, the 20mm version. The 20mm version, so there's two LDOs that will work with the Stealthburner. There's a 36 STH17 and the 36 STH20. Make sure you get the 10 tooth version of those. But the 17 millimeter, the STH, the 17 versus the 20 gets hot. There's like heating issues. There's documentation. I can't remember who it was. The is it Orbiter? No, I think it's LGX. LGX issued a document showing the heat in the 17. And then I believe some of the Voron guys also like saw this heat. I think some of the 0.1 guys also see it because they do use the 36 STH17 for the 0.1. But I suppose as long as you keep under a certain amount of current, I think it was like, I can't remember. I don't want to specify. Yeah, as long as you like don't crank it all the way up, it should be okay. Definitely recommend getting the 20. Last I checked, I think Philostruder had some in stock in the US, but I think they're out of stock now. If I remember correctly, I think Sparta 3D, who's kick-ass, I think Sparta 3D might have some in. There was a huge rush. I think we went Philostruder, I think they said they went through 200 of them since the Stealthburner files dropped. That's impressive. Of course, if you're super desperate, there are orbiters on Amazon and elsewhere that have the motor in them. I ordered one as backup. The listing on Amazon actually said it comes with a 36 STH20, but it came with the Moon's equivalent, which isn't a bad thing. It just was not what I ordered. And then I got the stepper I wanted from Philostruder in the end. Here, really quick about shipping. Highly recommend Philostruder. And all the I think vendors I have listed in my description below. Oh yeah, let me oh, I'm sure. I know overhead. I know Adafruit sold a lot of the little NeoPixels because of the Voron. All right, so I didn't realize I didn't have the camera on. I've been disassembling my Clockwork one. So it doesn't show using the bearings on this one. So you can see the bearings still in here. Let me just test fit it without and see. Oh no, yeah, you definitely need the bearings. Okay. Make a note real quick so I can give feedback for the show bearings inserted. Yeah, trying to keep notes of things so I can provide feedback to the beta program. So I want to help as much as I can with this as a way to give back to the Voron team community. So stoked that this thing should be up and running here in the next few days. Let's see. The bearing is not really sitting flush in here, but yeah. So you can kind of see how the bearing's like pressed in, but it's still sitting out, which may not be a bad thing. Because they don't show the bearings in here, I'm not sure what's intentional. Cool. Yeah, so with the bearings, everything. Yeah, that's perfect in here. That's nice. I have seen people talk about the Clockwork 2 help the infamous issue 6 that the plagues some of the Vorons without an explanation. It doesn't affect everyone. Alright, the M3x25, I did not have those, so I had to cut down some M3x30s. Do not over tighten to avoid binding. Oops. Cool. Yeah, everything looks good. Let's tilt the gear, which is kind of hard to see. Turn smoothly. Maybe the print was a little shallow for the bearing seat as a beta. Yes, it could be. It could be. But I think it could have been, let me see, not behind the pop-up. I think it could have been intentional how it spaces the gear out. So I think it may have been intentional. But definitely them not showing it. I'll throw up to the beta for sure. Alright, so here is the 36 STH20. Definitely a lot smaller than the one that was used for the Clockwork one. Oh yeah, no, it's super smooth. Okay, yeah, here we go. Alright, so pull the iPad. Alright, so pivot motor to find the correct gear mesh position. There should be very slight backlash in the main drive gear. those threads felt weird, so I'm just gonna go through and run a screw through from the back to make sure I wasn't cross-threading or anything. Yeah. And you get a set of taps. Yeah, it looks like it's just a tight thread. All right. So let's see how this. So yeah, I think that's actually good. A good mesh. Tighten it down. A little snug. Let's see. Yeah, so that's smooth. That's good. All right. So here's how this is looking. Looking pretty solid. I think the only thing is the countersink, or I guess whatever you call that for the socket head, isn't quite deep enough on this one. I don't think it should cause an issue really, but we'll see. All right, so I've gone through and done a good bit of this. It's mainly heat sets, but there you go. I love that good tolerance fit. Here's that piece. I love that this is a two-piece, but they made it like fit together really well. In 3x16. I say I'm thoroughly impressed though. And they've actually been actively updating some stuff, at least stuff that was like needed immediate. So after I started printing this, they came out with like a revision, and so I stopped this mid-print to print the revision. All right, so here is next. Oh, they don't show the washer. Probably should. All right, so we did that. You just need to pop the gear from the old. Or the idler, gear idler, whatever. All right, so Cool. That's our idler assembly. Now, this lists M3 by 25. But some of these are wrong. I think this does need to be an M3 by 25. I only cut 2 down. So I can probably get away with 30 here. So let's try it. Just because it does go all the way through and it comes out right here below below the stepper. So let's see. If not, I'll cut another one down. Yeah. So it sticks out. It shouldn't harm anything. See if we can set it on the carriage. That'd be my only concern. Oh, awesome. There's actually a gap in the carriage right here where that bolt is. Thinking one is long and holds the chain mount. Got the chain mount mounts differently on this. I think it does go over in the same area though, so it looks like it goes right here next to it. But yeah, now this will be okay for this. Make another note. Try and keep track of how many M3 by 25s I use. That's not part of the standard bomb for the 2.4, at least. Alright. Alright, so next is the cover. I love the cable cover on this thing. I actually use K's PCB cover for my build originally. But then just printed a longer standoff since I wasn't using the PCB. All right. So The technical diagrams we have at work actually have the screws numbered and assembly for reference purposes. Oh, nice. Yeah, I love some good technical documentation. I worked for Michelin back in the early 2000s. I know I was late 2000. Sorry. And they're Michelin's a French company. If y'all didn't know that. And so a lot of their stuff was in French. A lot of the documentation stuff was in French, but really, this thing is sweet. Really good documentation on all their production machinery and stuff. And you know, even the 8-ish years I've been working professionally in engineering and design, I haven't seen technical documentation that was quite as good as the stuff that Michelin had. All right, there we go. Pretty smooth. This thing is sweet. All right, so next one is, oh, what the fuck my cats are doing. So I'm just gonna put the screw in for this part. Ooh, that's like, no, that's not even long enough. 20 is not gonna be too long. Yeah, so that needs to be M3 by 20. Oh, it did say M3 by 20. I just can't read shit. Or maybe is that what I had in the first? Please don't tell me it's another M3 by 25. I can just grab the M3 by 16 again somehow. Let's see. Hang on 1 second. It's so close to fitting. Okay, there we go. So M3 by 20 will fit. The countersinks are actually like printed right, but nothing Dremel can't fix. Yeah, there we go. Cool. Oh yeah, so here comes the cable chain attachment. So I need a M3 by 20. And then an M3 by 8. Man, this thing is really sweet. I love it. Seems like they made an attempt to light it up too. I know there's a lot of talk about, you know, keeping the, especially with the direct drive, keeping that down to weight to minimum so you're not slinging a bunch of weight around. But so it looks like they did make some attempts to reduce the weight where they could, between the smaller stepper and then the, you know, like upper parts of the body. Let's see what we got next. So I've done all this. This was all pretty straightforward. I used a 40 by 10 fan from the Afterburner. Let's see if there's anything worth talking about here. The revision that I was talking about earlier, it was such a small thing. I really didn't have to stop. There's just a thin wall that caused an artifact. I'm not sure if I can get it to show. Yeah, no, definitely. They said this. They said the weight difference. I can't remember what it was either. But it seems like it's at least a quantifiable difference. Like it's worth speculating. It's worth, you know, noting that it is lighter. For sure. Oh yeah, sorry, fucking ADD. Just gonna get it to show. Maybe there's like a little hole right here, basically. You can't really see it, but it was basically a thin wall that caused like a little hole or artifact, which is what the cause for the revision. But the only problem I had assembling this is where they built the springs in. This one broke a little bit, so I had to throw a little bit of super glue. It's not a load bearing thing. It's more so the cable channel. Yeah, running the cables through this. The cable channels are ingenious how they managed to do this. It's a little pain in the ass at times, but it worked well. So all right, next is the Hotend assembly. Oh, and I didn't put Hotend. I didn't do heat set inserts for this. Gotta do that real quick. Yeah, here's the. Show it. Yeah. Yeah, here's the reason I have to reprint. You can see the gap. Not a huge deal, but I've got the new one printing right now. I'm gonna assemble it for the sake of testing everything, but I won't print until I get the new one on. That's the nice thing about the Voron. It is easy to change these hot ends out, easy-ish, at least compared to the other printers I've had, like the what was it? I think my Lulzbot Taz, I think 3. Had a Buddhist nozzle on it. It was kind of a pain in the ass to work on that hot end. I had one fail on me. I think all my other printers been alright. The Taz was awesome with the. I put the V6 on there. But yeah, I need to go through and look at all those specs and stuff. So I can talk about it a little bit more informed on here. But with it still in beta, you know, it could, not change enough to really make a difference, but it will change a little bit. Especially once they do the NEMA 17 version. I know it's gonna add a little bit of weight back to it. I'm not sure when that's coming. But there's people like trying to do the NEMA 17 Clockwork 2 on their own, and they were pointing out some issues, I think, in terms of it fitting as is. So may not see NEMA 17 Clockwork 2 for a while. I think we'll see the mod before we see the official one, but who knows? Yeah, so what do you do, Stephen? I know you said some of the technical documents. You're an engineer, technician. I was a technician for like 8 years before going back to school for engineering, and well, actually engineering and then changed to design. But even with my design degree, I'm still doing engineering work. Speaking of engineering and design, I'm really surprised how many people buy 3D printers that actually have no engineering, design, or even CAD experience. No hate. There's a lot of free resources out there to learn. But it just blows my mind. first noticed that when the Glowforge got big. All the soccer moms and stuff were buying Glowforge, and then they're coming on the laser cutter forums and laser cutter Facebook groups asking for DXF files, asking for free files, and everyone's just like, why'd you even buy a laser cutter if you don't know how to make vector files? I agree with, but ooh, that's sweet. So my company was purchased. I did engineering for 5, then during the purchase change moved me to maintenance, but left my salary and access intact, so I have a maintenance title. But still have all my access and still do work. Nice. Honestly, I wouldn't mind that. I kind of miss, maintenance and tech work. I just more so than design. Design's got a lot of arbitrariness to it, which I don't like. Because it's where it comes into where people are like, oh, I like and don't like that. When you're doing troubleshooting, maintenance work, there's none of that gray area. It's troubleshooting and problem solving, which is what I really love. That's dope. I mean, not so much that you don't have your engineering title anymore, I guess, but also you still get to do the work. And I really love how the cable duct or cable track on this works compared to the zip ties on the Afterburner. Cool. That should be our Hotend assembly. Pretty straightforward. PTFE tube. I had some short pieces. I swear I had some short pieces, like really short pieces somewhere. Can't find them. So I'll just trim one of these down. Oh, it actually clamps this PTFE tube on down in there. Loosen this up. Yeah. There you go. Just cut. Left some hanging out. Yeah, I guess I can actually test fit this. Let's see. It says 11 millimeters, but it depends. All right. So it shows 11 millimeters. Not sure my little pocket ruler went. Yeah, exactly. Better long than short. So okay. I'm gonna keep cutting this down bit by bit until reach a good length. May have cut too short. That's all right. Easy fix. Perfect. Also, I might take a piece of tube and slide in Clockwork to make sure the... Oh, I feel like a caliper roll should be able to take empty weight and use... Oh, nice. Okay, good call. I think I actually got it good. I do have a caliper. Had a nice little pocket roller I normally have. Not sure where it went, but it's like I actually feel the like pressure of it right here at the very end of putting it together, so it should be good. Although I do want to slide a piece of filament through and see what's up. Grab a piece of filament. Actually, yeah. Yeah, good call on the just using the sphere. Appreciate that. Yeah, I just knew if I was gonna sit there with a caliper and try and like get it perfect, it still ended up being a little bit off. And even they said in the channel, it'll vary. So it'll vary from Hotend to Hotend. Like the instructions show a V6. So what's cool is actually has a. Let's see if I can show a filament hole path. Oh wait, duh, that's the actual filament hole path. It's easy to get to from up here. So I'm getting some resistance. So let's check this out. Oh yeah, that's the care feeders on my list of things to check out. I looked into it and I want to do it. There's a lot of people that just use the ERCF boards on their builds in general as their PCB just in case they ever want to upgrade. I thought about doing it, but didn't do it. But maybe on my next build, maybe if I do a Trident or something next, I'll look at doing the care feeder. Cool. Yeah, it looks like filament path is good. So yeah, I'm really interested in doing the multicolor stuff. I know it's still in its early stages of, you know, hobbyist level multicolor, but it's still really cool. One of my old interns works for HP on their stuff, and he sends me multicolor, or like I guess they do their full color stuff, sample prints all the time. It's real cool. So we're a long ways off from that. Obviously, they're different production or different methods. You know, they're not using FDM, but the fact that we can do something like that with FDM is really cool. All right. Yeah, that's honestly what interests me. I hate changing filament. Um, and being able to just like call up like, all right, I want to print in black. Um, all right, I want to print in. Oh, hang on. There you go. Yeah, just being able to do that is really cool. I do love the idea of that. Um, all right. So looks like we actually have to move over to the printer. Oh, yeah, so here's the exploded view. It does show the bearings. Um, oh wait. Um, I did too. When did you work for? Well, I mean, I was a contractor through Barrister, but I worked for HP Photo. Did their the HP Photo contract for Walmart. Um, I was a field technician for HP for a while. Um, yeah, it wasn't. The pay was decent, but yeah, it was just a lot of issues. What'd you do for HP? I guess, and what department were you in? Um, but yeah, so the exploded view does show the bearings in. Um, all right, let me figure out how I'm going to film on the printer real quick. Is Indianapolis doing customization for the PCs, Navy contracts and stuff? Okay, nice. Gotcha. Yeah, I work mainly with their team in Corvallis, the photo team. But my last job was actually just was doing DoD stuff like that. Did like we do like video walls for DoD, and all the three-letter agencies. Um, Good money for sure. Yeah, the HP contract I worked on was just going from Walmart to Walmart all over the United States, or not all over the United States, all over. I did Alabama, Mississippi. Yeah, same with us. But it just wasn't since it was field service work. It was just never knew when it was coming. But there was always work. Um, let's see, almost done setting the camera up. They moved to Epson projectors, large format, beta testing, writing manuals. Oh, nice. Familiar with Epson projectors a little bit. Mainly did stuff with Coretronic, so like Smart, and in Focus, and a few of the other brands that Coretronic owns. I mainly did the Smart projector contract did it for a year and a half, doing refurbishment. But we had Epson, so I'm a little familiar with Epson stuff, or at least Epson projectors. With Borg Warner, I'm only familiar with the Borg Warner turbos. What else does Borg Warner do? I know the KO3 was on the VW Passat. I know the Focus ST has a Borg Warner. Is it the KO4? I'm not sure which one's on it. So a little familiar with Borg Warner. Do they do stuff besides turbos? The LS and KB3D. Yeah, I'm not familiar with those, sadly. But the Epson stuff that I gotta work on was awesome. I telling the engineering doesn't like being told that they were wrong. That's for sure. Let's see. Oh, alternative drivetrains. Delphi. Okay, cool. Yeah, like this the company I don't really follow a lot. But I'm, semi-familiar with them. Alright, well, I can't find my tripod adapter, so we're gonna have to make this work. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I haven't gotten to really work on any of the new laser projectors. I did get to test one, the Dell one, the Dell short throw. I got a test for some DoD stuff. Basically trying to do a, my last company I worked for did like video wall and Intel stuff. And so it was like one of the portable solutions we were working on. Let's see. Oh, I have an idea. Oh, you're talking about for Delphi? Yeah, I've seen Delphi like listed. Oops, sorry. A automotive parts manufacturer. I think like Tronics. I think they're listed. The joke is I left Epson 2 hours got the work to be where I am now. And program. Yeah, you can never leave your old job behind. Just like as soon as anyone finds out you worked at HP, they're gonna ask you to fix the printers in the office. I don't tell people that shit anymore. All right, so got something, should work now. If I quit throwing everything. Yeah, I think it was 4 parts I've seen in Delphi. Delphi, if I'm pronouncing that Delphi. Yeah. Broken tripod. Cool. Cool. So in preparation for the Stealthburner to go ahead and run wiring, the BOM currently lists 24 gauge to run through the cable chain. PTFE, but I ran 20 that I had already, which is plenty of enough wire for the 3 individual LEDs. I think you can run out in 30, so I don't have any issues. All right. All right. That's the old carriage, and here is the new. Yeah, I don't know, I'm trying that. It's not gonna work. All right. Shit, it's like 5:30. Might be time for a dinner break soon. No, you're good. Move. The camera's like going towards the door. She's fine. Okay, what do you want to do for dinner? Let me eat this real quick. Did you take tension off your carriage belt? Yeah, I'd already had had it loosened up. Because with the MGN12, so the MGN12 mod for the V2 and for the Trident, it basically clamps directly against the linear rail carriage. Here's all one. So yeah, you can see right here. That's where it clamps. It clamps between this piece and the linear rail carriage. And so anytime you remove the carriage, you're going to lose all of your belt tension. The only issue is it is kind of hard to. It's kind of hard to get these belts in, but not impossible. Yeah, I like it. I think it works well. So what I did is actually went through and I basically brought the one side of the belts, you know, just a couple teeth from the edge. That way it wouldn't block the one coming from the other side. And so I had like a starting point and tension on both sides, and then I'll bring them both out on this side to allow me to tension. Yeah, so now I can, since it's even on one side, I can go through and make sure that the belt links are the same. So I know I have equal tension at least. At least on the carriage. That'll help prevent racking, which is a big issue with these. I won't say big issue, but it's easy to rack it. But Nero, I think someone has a really good video on de-racking the Gantry. Don't you get on with this? Yeah, I'm doing my cat out. I didn't realize I've been muted. Sorry. Um, I went through and explained a lot of that stuff. I can't remember what I was muted for and what I wasn't. Um, but yeah, on the belt tension, I did have to take the tension off. Oh wait, I'm not sure. I did take the tension off because of the how the carriage secures the belts. Have I been streaming for 7 hours? Or did I print the wrong? What did I print? I printed the wrong thing. Yeah, printed the wrong part. Oh wait, you had heard me about the Steven Nero stuff, but all right, let me knock this down. Take a 5-minute break. Didn't realize I was muted again. I need some food, but I'll be right back. All right. I get some food in me. Making mistakes. All right. So I'm noticing an issue with the chain. So I'll go ahead and add a link in, maybe 2. Cool, it's a little snug, but it works. Yeah, I just ate a snack. My wife's got a my wife works night shifts, so and she has to be at work in like an hour, so we didn't have time to really eat. So I just grabbed a snack. Ooh. Hmm. Oh, that's right, I'm racked. Okay. I need to fix that racking. Alright, let's see how I can de-rack this. Um, there we go. Hmm. Okay. May need to go through and watch. I think maybe was it Nero's video on deracking. Can't remember the best way to do this. Yeah, it's Nero. Ooh, which one would you suggest? I've got Nero's pulled up, but um,
is one of the first things you should do once you get.
I've watched it. I've watched Nero's before. I just don't really remember.
The first thing we are going to do is and we want to ensure that it is equally spaced. The reason for this is if the gantry itself is on an angle, for example, and not properly squared up, this can affect movement and will not give us optimal results when it goes to interact with the gantry. So now the gantry is level to the frame. We want to start by making sure our Y beams are parallel. So you can do this with the tape measure. However, I found the easiest way to do this is to simply move your X carry back and forth. Now, if it's back and forth, moving evenly, odds are they are parallel to it. However, if you find
Steve took the rail bolts loose connecting the Y carried so it could shift and move it forward.
What that most likely means is that your rear crossbeam is either pushing out or pulling into.
Yeah,
so the way to fix that is to loosen the screws that attach.
That's what Nero does too, for the most part.
And loosen them, and then move your X beam around until everything finds its natural form. So I'm going to go ahead and loosen those screws right now. So.
Yeah, Nero's showing it unbelted, and mine was not racked when it was unbelted.
You have smooth movement. Now at this point, I recommend don't go and tighten these up. Okay? And the reason for that is, while this is being used to ensure that the spacing is correct, this X-beam itself is racked at this point. I know this because I purposely racked the gantry for this video. However, if you remember trig, if it is perpendicular to your Y-beams versus on an angle, the distance will be different. So the length itself between these two beams will be different. So if you tighten that up right now, and then you go to derack your gantry, this is on an angle and then you make it straight, this space actually grows. So you'll end up with binding in the back. So first thing, I ensure that I do have free movement front to back with my X beam, and then I leave the back.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. But
Right side is
the
when we move the answer to the rear, you'll notice that is.
let me check my belt pass real quick.
Where we have the left side touching, and now the right side has a gap. So we need to remove this inconsistency so that both sides touch equally at the same time. So the easiest way to do that is to loosen your screws that attach your XY joints.
Yeah, all my belt pads are good. And the belt links were equal,
and once
and I have them equally in the carriage.
Bring gantry all the way to the front. Ensure that both sides touch equally.
So I can get it to D-rack by adjusting the belt tension.
Sure, both sides are touching as well. But now you may need to manually twist the gantry itself just to kind of up. There. Bring it back to the front to double check. And you don't need to shove on it. You just need to give it a slight firm push just to ensure that it is. Yep. And then once you're happy, just go through and snug up your screws to begin with. Double check again. Check again at the rear.
Close.
And then go through and tighten up your screws. Now, some tips to ensure that this process goes smoothly. When you are installing your front idlers and your A and B motor mounts, you want to ensure that they are installed flush to the ends of the extrusions.
Cool, yeah.
The reason for that is
I think my belt tensions.
Say, for example, this right here is sitting off the front of the extrusion on this side, but not on the other side. It means the spacing.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Each side may not be equal, and when you're trying to de-rack the gantry, that adds another variable that will make it more difficult. So, for example, if this spacing here was less than on the other side, it's not even spacing because, say, for example, you move your gantry to the back and you have both sides sitting equally, but you bring it to the front and one side's always off, it's just going to add more variables and more frustration when it comes to de-racking. So you want to ensure that your Y-beams are exactly the same length, and both components on the front idlers and the AB motor mounts are installed equally on both sides. So that just helps with the installation. Now, also another tip too, is when you are installing your XY mounts to the carriage, there are 4 screws that hold it in place. Don't install one screw and then tighten it and then install the other ones. You want to install all 4 screws.
Okay. You know what? I'm gonna use the Gates app. needs carbon drive. Yeah, checking harmonics. I don't actually have like a physical belt tension meter. So this is the next best thing. Have to check that out. Yeah, these sound a little tight. So I'm a little worried. Let's see. So, oh, 150. I thought it was 120. Well, for too tight, you can. See, the issue was this idler right here is pretty much already as loose as it gets. As this one's like 6 mils, 6 millimeters. Heat built app is. It's close enough. It's too tight. Shit. If I loosen this side, it's gonna wrap. I don't have anything loose on this side. Maybe. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I see it's racking back. So I have similar tension. It's moving pretty well. I'm just gonna leave it for now. Take both sides loose and snug both of the hairs and tweak with idlers. Alright, let me do that. Yeah, you're right. It's gonna bother me if I don't do it, so. Better do it right the first time. You know, hang on. This NGN12 is not centered. I hope it's not keeping it from helping it derack me. So I'm gonna loosen this rail up while I derack. So it is against one of the XY carriage. Cool. I'll type that back here in a second. Oh yeah, I know. I was just loosening the X rail because it's actually pressed against this joint. So if it where it's loosened on the XY carriages where it connects to the extrusion, it wouldn't be able to move or derack. Oh, did I get the belt tension on the needle nose? I have to remove the Clockwork too to get these extra set of screws. Yeah, the center, making sure the XRL center is all I was doing. Something broke off. Maybe it's left over from something else. Oh. Yeah, grabbing the belt from inside. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Good call. One thing I didn't think about doing my undoing the XRL is I just lost center on the rail, so now I have to take the belt all the way back off. So I can use the centering tool. Well, let me check. We don't have to do it. I didn't loosen it much. No, it moves up and down. Yep. It's like a corner on the left of the carriage. hold the belts. Yeah, so I have plenty of play. I can bring it to the forward and it's not racked, so. Alright. I think this is for the 9, yeah. So I'm looking for my centering tool. Yeah. Yeah, frame a square, plus or minus 1 millimeter on the diagonal. Oh, that's the 9 millimeter one, isn't it? Oh. All right. I'll definitely tighten this corner down. You're wearing gloves. I'm touching this rail. Where initially go over. Well, I mean, the big thing is it can square up. So. Alright, that was kind of probably needless, but rather make sure. So I'm going to go ahead and double check while it was already hard. Alright, cool. Cool. And yeah, so they both can hit the front.
Good, bottom can be good.
Yep, thank you. I am muted. So they're both at 150. Like taking, I move them out, move the mic according to proximity, on each side, and both are getting 150 hertz, which is towards the high side. I'm just gonna leave it. The rack looks good. Everything is like fixed in terms of the racking. Just the belt tensions maybe on the AB drive, maybe a little high. But the racking looks good, and that was the issue I was really trying to fix. Now they sound different. Yeah, it looks good. Being way too picky about this. Alright, for real, leaving it. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Just let it settle. Good call. Just leave it for now. Cover's on, so I won't touch it. Alright. Good call. Yeah, I actually live in a legal state, so probably smoke a bowl, to be honest. But drink doesn't sound bad either. That's after I get this running. My mechanical aptitude goes down. I'm not sober. Gotta run the wires. Wait. Yep. Alright, Clockwork 2 comes off again. Gotta crimp. I gotta put the connector on for my Clicky wires. NVA. Indiana is illegal. Oh, yeah. I'm thinking the housings. So I think someone in the beta channel is somehow doing it in transparent resin. I know I saw someone print it in the transparent PETG. Pretty good. But yeah, I don't think Indiana, like, not sure where Indiana is gonna fall in terms of legalization. I don't think they'll be last. I grew up in Georgia and Alabama. I think, Mississippi or Alabama will probably be last. Georgia's medical program is trash. Okay, I just can't use the. You know what? I thought this was a cable channel, but it looks like it's actually how that sits. Never mind. I'll have to look for pics. The other parts can't do resin because they get brittle. Yeah. Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, I know they advise against using the like resin for anything structural, but I know some of the non-structural stuff like the after or Stealthburner housing has a little more leeway. Yeah, I can't imagine doing all the parts out of resin. But Yeah, the whole regulatory stuff for pod is dumb. The the war on drugs itself is ridiculous. That's why, like, I don't know I think it was just, yeah, the entire state of Oregon did the whole decriminalization of personal possession. I think that's the right direction. You know, you can still get your big drug dealers and stuff, but you're not ruining people's lives for having some drugs on them. At that point, they're just kind of trapped in this life of poverty and crime, because no one will hire felons. Of course, you know something's up when fucking Jeff Bezos is saying to legalize weed. But anyways, yeah, let me know what you're doing with the resin stuff. I'll be excited. Yeah, post it in the Stealthburner beta if you're doing anything in resin. I'm excited to see it. All right. Okay, the wires go up there. Cool. Looks good. Probably gonna regret not putting the connectors on sooner, but we'll see. Actually, I want to make sure everything mounts properly, then I'll do the connectors. Hey, that is it. That looks sharp. There we go. Man, I love that. And you can't even see where the issue is from the front. Sorry. So I need a 3-pin microfit. Clicky. Need 2-pin microfit for this fan, and I need another 3-pin microfit for the LEDs. Yeah, I really love the cover. Cool. Let's do some crimping. I'm not that excited about this. Yeah, as the Voron team grows, you know, like, I don't know, like Bad Noob and Some of those guys weren't. I don't think they were originally part of the Voron team, but their mods were so helpful to the community. It seems like they were a big part of doing this. So it's cool to see the team grow based off of people just doing mods. Where is my micro fit box? Here we go. Clean my workspace up real quick. Oh, one thing, whenever you do your build, I went through and labeled, got these boxes, and having my screws laid out right in front of you is real nice. Highly recommend it for your build. Alright, so I have a 2-pin. I needed 1 2-pin for the fan. Mm. Not having good luck with these crimps. Got one side in. Cool. All right, that one's done. Yeah, need some else. Let's need to go at that. Yeah, the maybe my harness came with them, but just not on the actual device side, so not on the fan or Hotend side. I still had to, because I got a harness from Fabreeko. So yeah, everything is crimped on the harness side, but in terms of fan, Hotend, LEDs, all that stuff, I had to crimp all that still. I hope you have a steady hand soldering though. Soldering those LEDs was fun. It wasn't too bad, but it's definitely rough. I don't have the most steady hands. Of course, there's gonna be people selling the LED harnesses soon. I think probably maybe before it gets out of beta. I know Lemio is already modifying their harnesses to work with Stealthburner. Not sure the Fabreeko harnesses are getting modified. But the Lemio, Lineo, I think it's Lineo. There's like I think they're like a 5-week lead time on those now. Fabreeko is in stock when I ordered. Not sure if they're in stock now. Yeah, it's cake. Honestly, like if you've been soldering for that long, you'll be fine. The wire links are already out. It's just using 30 or 28 gauge. And the links are 75. I use Steve's was like 70, 100, 120, I think. I did 75, 100, and then 125. And I have plenty of length. But now for the beta, they're suggesting, I think 120, then 100, 100, or maybe 120, 100, 80. I can't remember. But yeah, if you've been soldering, you'll be fine. I've been soldering for a while. Since actually I was a kid, my dad bought me one of those electronics kits that they had in like the 90s. But just my hands are just not the steadiest anymore. But I was able to do it. Just do some flux on the pads and float the pads first. And it's soldered easy. And what I do hate soldering is those oh man, I can't remember the brand name. Them. It's like 4 letters. It starts with L. They do the IP65 rated connectors. The silver ones are like the red dots, the barrel connectors. They're like multi-pin. Is that limit? No. I can't remember. But oh wait, I had one. I have one back there. All right. Let me see. Spider. All right. So it is ground. Then data, which is green. And then 5 volts, which is my blue. Perfect. Sweet. All right, 2 more connectors left. Yeah, I don't know of any harnesses besides Lineo, whichever one it is, and the Fabreeko harness. Now the Fabreeko harness is like for only 300 millimeter, and it's for, I think it'll work for Octopus or Spider. I can't remember. But I think he actually sells it for Spider V1 or 1.1. Not sure how different Octopus is. I have an Octopus here. Um, it's got screw terminals instead of the ones you use ferrules on, but everything else looks the same. In terms of connectors, I think it'll work. I'm not sure what board you're going to use. Honestly, I have a Spider V1 and I was worried I was going to have issues out of it, but it's been fine. Oh man, I think I pulled some cable through. 'Cause I have a lot of slack now. Holy shit. Alright, might go through and fix that. What sucks is I've already done my cable management. Getting so close to seeing this thing running. Haven't added any of the Stealthburner new pixel scripts yet. To my config. Where are my clippers? Yeah, my OBS says 4 hours and 16 minutes. But been waiting for Stealthburner to come out for so long. It's easy to get wrapped up in all this. Yeah, I know exactly. Because I started doing these streams probably well over a month ago. Can't remember when I did the first one. I kept having obstacles, and now pretty much have resolved all those things, and so now it's just a matter of putting in the work. But yeah, I'll probably keep going until I basically get everything but the fill out of the software left, or my config left. So I have the basic config done. I just have to do Clicky, purge. Well, I'm do purge bucket right away. Do Clicky and the LEDs. And auto Z. And I'll be doing that tomorrow. So I'll be back on here tomorrow. Yeah, I appreciate that, man. I hope you have a good night. Happy holidays. Oh, nice, Delta. I've actually never used a Delta. Nor have I used Clipper. I've used Marlin on everything. So not only is this my first... I mean, this is my first foray into Clipper. But yeah, man, I hope you have a good afternoon. Thanks for joining. Have a good one. Actually, let's see. Used the wrong pins. Here, so it's a little bit easier to get to. I feel like my food. On live stream, yeah. Brown, blue, and black. So I hook up to the blue and black, which are all right. That should be all the connectors. Yeah, I messed up. All right. I'm gonna wrap it for the night. I've got to turn the extruder. I'm gonna turn the stepper. There you go. Sorry. So yeah, I think I'll wrap it tonight. I realized that I mounted the extruder on upside down. So I gotta. Not sure if I have to disassemble or what, but I need to rotate the extruder motor 180 degrees. And crimp the wires on that, and then cut some of my zip ties and pull my slack through my cable chain. Yeah, so just some like boring stuff that no one wants to see on stream anyways. But yeah, so I'll be back on tomorrow streaming hopefully the startup and possibly the first print. It won't be fully enclosed, but might can crank something out here tomorrow. We'll see. Worst case, I want to have the test out like the Clicky macros and Auto Z and test all that and have that like at least have that going. I would say it'd be a pretty successful day. So yeah, so if you watched live, thanks for tuning in. If you were watching after the fact, thanks for watching. I know this is a right at 5 hours. Pretty long stream. But it's worth it. I mean, that Stealthburner is just sick. So anyways, I'm tired. So yeah, have a good night. Thanks, y'all.